Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Ty app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Are you an innovative entrepreneur or business owner ready to embrace the future of business transformation?
The world is evolving at an unprecedented pace, and it's crucial to adapt and pivot towards success in this dynamic landscape. At the Hello LLC, we are dedicated to guiding you through this transformative journey, offering a comprehensive suite of services that extend beyond the metaverse and 3D immersive experiences.
Our mission is to empower businesses and brands by assisting them in building, branding, systemizing, and automating their operations. We specialize in steering businesses from a two-dimensional existence to a thriving three-dimensional presence, where opportunities abound.
We help businesses harness the power of technology to work smarter, not harder, enabling them to operate efficiently and stay ahead of the curve. Our diverse range of services includes:
Our Biz in a Box is a complete business solution package designed to jumpstart your entrepreneurial journey. From strategic planning to digital infrastructure, we've got you covered. Your one app, one tap solution.
Our Motion Work AI videos transform your brand storytelling with our cutting-edge AI-driven video production, captivating your audience like never before.
Our 3D VR environments will step you into the future of immersive experiences. With our custom 3D virtual reality environments that engage and captivate your customers.
Lastly, in our Pivot membership program, we offer tailored guidance and support to either show you, teach you, or take care of the transformation process for you.
According to a 2023 study by Fundera, a staggering 28% of small businesses in the United States do not have an online presence. This statistic underscores the importance of embracing digital transformation. Having a website is more than just an online presence, it's a gateway to unlocking numerous benefits, including reaching a broader audience, showcasing your products or services, generating leads and sales, establishing trust, providing customer support, and maintaining competitiveness within your industry.
The Hello LLC is committed to helping you excel in all these aspects of modern business, not just limited to the metaverse alone.
Why should you choose the Hello LLC to navigate this transformational journey?
By partnering with us and harnessing cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, reduce operational costs, and enhance brand recognition, all while working with a company that holds integrity in high regard. Our commitment to ethical and principled business practices ensures that your journey towards success is not only innovative, it is also firmly rooted in trust and transparency.
Don't wait. Take the first step towards a brighter business future. Contact us today to explore how we can support you in developing a remarkable digital presence and immersive experience that will leave a lasting impression.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now, there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize. Because everyone's a fan of something, and everyone has a fan base.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent, interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGough and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook today. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen. Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent, interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGough and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook today. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetization.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
hands and a Ric Flair. When you hear the word extraordinary, what words come to mind? Outstanding, above and beyond. Yes, way above average, amazing, huge, right? Well, here's what I want to tell you. The only difference between ordinary and extraordinary is extra. The only difference between hot water and boiling water is 1 degree. You see, at 211 degrees, water's hot, right? 212 degrees, it boils. With boiling water comes steam. With steam, you can power a train. 1 degree. The only difference between winning and losing is belief. The only difference between a person living their full potential and not reaching their full potential is desire. Continue adding that little extra in your community. There's a difference between success and significance. Success is adding value to yourself. Significance is adding value to other people. The question you have to ask yourself there is, how can I add value to them? So you have to be intentional about how you're going to add value to that person. Everybody wants to know that you have something good planned for you.
1, 2, 3, down. Ground.
See, there were 2 guys that decided to take lunch. They were factory workers. And they sat down, and one guy reached in his lunch pail, and he pulled out a sandwich. And he looked at it and he says, oh my God, this is another bologna sandwich. He goes, I don't want another bologna sandwich. I hate bologna. Why do I keep having bologna sandwiches? His friend said, come on down, man, just relax. He says, it's going to be okay. He says, next time, tell your wife, don't fix your bologna sandwich, and it'll be okay. He said, leave my wife out of this. I fix my own one every day. You see, the bologna that we have in our life, we pack it. The bologna that we pack in our lunch pail, we put it there. The question is, what bologna are you packing in your lunch pail every day? What bologna are you packing with you from last year into this year? And what bologna are you going to pack from this year into next year? This young lady right here, I got married. I was 19, she was 17, senior at Washington Marion High School. We didn't want bologna in our lives forever. We decided to live a life of significance and give back to our community that helped us every day, not every other day.
Good afternoon. Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Crystal Bodie Smith. I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, and entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, I am so excited. I am excited to introduce our speaker for today, Pastor Lynette M. Clark. She's known for excellence in women's empowerment. Miss Lynette Clark channels years of experience into her work with Freedom Is Yours out of Texas. Miss Clark presently excels as a coach and counselor for Freedom Is Yours LLC, which aims to inspire and empower women through counseling, coaching, and mentoring. Since establishing the organization, she also has founded the Freedom Is Women's Conference, which provides women with necessary tools to obtain freedom in their lives. Alongside her work with Freedom is Yours, Ms. Clark mentors Bible study lessons, and she's written a book titled Freedom Is. We are so excited to bring her to the stage today. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Miss Lynette Clark.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, how are you today?
I am wonderful, Krista. How are you?
I am excited to be here with you today. Welcome to the Black Business Network.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And so tell us a little bit about who you are and more than what I just did, because I know I gave a short clip because you have so many accomplishments. Give us a little bit of the bigger picture of who is Pastor Lynette Clark.
Yes. So I am a mother of three boys, and I have three grandkids. And so my journey started in the military. I went into the United States Air Force right out of high school. And in my career, I did 21 and a half years. And in my career, I prepared myself for what I wanted to do in the civilian sector, knowing my walk and my history with low self-esteem, not sure of who I am, minimizing who I was. My desire was to start an organization that would help women, encourage women, inspire women, motivate women, equip women to walk in who they are, to accept who they are, so that they can see their self-worth and their self-esteem. And so I have spent, after I got out of the military, after I retired, in 2006, I went into the civilian sector, working in personnel and human resource. In doing that, I developed my cohorts or my team into being their best. And so after the career with that, I started Freedom is Yours. And Freedom is Yours is all about helping women to walk in their freedom of who they are, who they were designed from the very beginning of time. Because oftentimes, if our past experience or what we've gone through, even from childhood, can make us feel less than. And so it took me a while to get to that point. And my desire and my goal is to help women to get to the point of accepting who they are, walking unapologetically in who they are, and appreciating, knowing their self-worth. And so that's what I spend my days doing, coaching one-on-one or classes or webinars or workshops, and helping women do that.
Wow. So that's amazing. So we always have a reason for doing the things we do. So what specifically inspired you to start Freedom is Yours and dedicate your life to empowering women?
Well, actually, it started from childhood. I went through childhood trauma, abuse in every facet, in every way imaginable. And so for the longest time, for years, I was ashamed of who I was. I didn't accept who I was. I viewed myself as damaged product because of what I had gone through. And so that inspired me to help others. Once I walked my road, my path to deliverance, to healing, to freedom, I wanted to reach back and help other women to do the same, because we do, when we go through certain things, it has an effect on us and has an effect on our lives. And so that is what made me to not only educate myself, but to go through the healing process of being free. And so from that, what happened was, how Freedom is Yours started was, I started writing and journaling my pain. And so a collection of poetry came from that. And that inspired the book Freedom Is. And I know oftentimes freedom is, when you look at the definition, freedom is different for everybody. You can ask 10 people and they give you 10 different answers of what freedom is. But it's the book was a collection of poetry of me writing my pain, my feelings on paper, and then freedom is inspired from that. And from freedom is when people would read that, the books or the poems in there, most of them about my pain or about life journey. They would ask more questions and they would want more. And so from that started a freedom is quote unquote movement. I started a women's monthly freedom is gathering. And then from that, freedom is annual conference, which this May would be our 5th annual freedom is conference. And then from that, freedom is ministry, outreach ministry.
Okay.
Yes.
Very nice. So let me ask you this. Thank you for sharing that from your personal journey too. So how did your early experience growing up in a Black neighborhood shape your drive for success?
Yes. So I'm a little girl from a small town in southern Louisiana. And I remember specifically when I was in the 3rd grade, segregation was going on during that time. And the Black students weren't allowed to go to school for a period of time in that particular year. That year, I was in the 3rd grade. And my desire was to go to school. And so I just had that internal drive to just want to go to school at that age. And so but they didn't allow the Black students in the school at that time. But I told my grandmother, because my grandmother, we were living, it was 7 of us. We were living with our grandmother. Though the neighborhood, the kids were excited, oh, we don't have to go to school. I, on the other hand, wanted to go. And so my grandmother had my brothers, my 2 older brothers, to walk me to the bus stop. The buses still ran in the neighborhood, but nobody was on the bus because, of course, we weren't allowed to go. And so she let my brothers walk me to the bus stop, and they put me on a bus, and I was on the bus by myself. And so when I got to the school, a teacher, she greeted me at the bus and she asked me, "What are you doing here? Why are you here?" And I said, "I wanted to come to school." And so she said, "You're not supposed to be here." And so what she did was she walked me to the office and she called my grandmother. We had no transportation. We were in a rural, poor neighborhood, and we had no transportation. So what she did was she set me in a room and all day with a crayon in a crayon book. And they brought my lunch to me, and then they didn't allow me to go to class. And at the end of the day, she walked me back to the bus and she said, "You're not allowed to come back to school until, you're told to do so." And so she put me on the bus, and I went home and, I told my grandmother what happened. And so, of course, I think we set out the majority of that year. But what that did for me is sparked something inside of me. It made me realize at that young age that education was important, and that it was important enough for some, but some they didn't think should have it. But for me, I knew then that it was something about school, something about learning, something about education. And that provoked me to go into this ever learning, my sister called a career student in learning. And so even after I graduated and went to the military, I went to school. I went to school at the same time I was in the military. I went to school part-time. And when I went for all of my degrees, when my academic advisor would tell me, "Well, you're not going to be able to finish, or you can't do the accelerated program," I did everything within my power to supersede what she said I couldn't do, because that was keeping me in a box that they wanted to keep me in. And so that moment in the 3rd grade, was in the early 70s, I think put that inspiration and that drive in me for the rest of my life.
Wow, amazing. And so I know that helped you to be able to deal with the challenges that you faced. Now, when you started your organization, tell us about some of the challenges that you faced and how you overcame them.
So yes, of course, when I started, I did my background research, and in this area, I'm in Texas now. In this area, I saw that it was an influx of counseling, coaching in the area. And so I was kind of like, well, I guess they don't need another one, right? But then I realized each one has its own specific niche. And so I had to overcome that fear of it's too many in the area already. And so once I realized my specialty and what I focused on as far as the women that I wanted to help, I overcame that. And so and then the marketing is another one, marketing and advertising, because that wasn't my specialty. That was something that I didn't like doing. But what I had to do is surround myself with people that could help me in that area so that I wouldn't feel defeated, like, well, I can't do this or I can't do that. And so, it's to no avail. But so, yeah, that's one of the things, is overcoming the fact that, you have a lot of counselors or coaches in the area, but that shouldn't stop me from doing what it is that I desire to do and I love to do.
Amazing. So thank you so much once again for sharing your personal and professional journey. One more question in that area. How has your time in the United States Air Force influenced your leadership and coaching style?
So my time in the military, it encouraged me in that it prepared me, because traveling worldwide and being involved or being exposed to different cultures, different environments, I learned to adjust and adapt quickly. And not only that, I did run across some men in the military that felt like, number one, women in my early years of the military, number one, women shouldn't be in the military, and number two, definitely not in leadership. And so what they did was, again, gave me a greater determination, to walk in the leadership role and not apologize. It made me go that extra mile, because they even in the plant, when I retired from the military and went into the refinery, it was the same thing. They only see women doing certain things. But for me, I didn't minimize myself to fit into their box, because if it meant going the extra mile or doing extra to quote unquote prove myself, then I did just that.
Amazing. So now let's talk a little bit about empowerment and advocacy. What would you say was your biggest, well, not yours, but what would you say women's biggest obstacles are that they face when they're trying to achieve personal freedom, and how can they overcome them?
So I think one of the biggest challenges for women is that they kind of like, I guess, they're concerned about the outward instead of the inward, right? And so we have to deal with ourselves first, right? And not listen to the outer chatter, the outer noise. And so
that's good. That healing has to come first. They have to heal. That's what you're trying to say. They need to make sure that they have taken care of their own self and healed themselves emotionally, physically, spiritually, in all those different ways. Am I correct?
Absolutely. And what I do in Freedom is I enable them by workshops, one-on-one seminars. I have those to equip them with the information that they need going forward in what it is that they're trying to overcome. Because this is a challenge. It is a challenge, even more so now than ever before. Yes. But we have to look within.
Okay. Can you share a success story of a woman who came through your program with Freedom is Yours, and how that impacted you, just hearing their success and how your program helped them?
Yes. So I had this one particular lady, and I was pretty close to her. She dealt with abuse in every form, verbal abuse, physical abuse, drug abuse, alcohol, all of that. And so it was a challenge for her to see herself through the eyes of grace and mercy. And so month after month, we dealt with, the different things that would make her turn to those things. And so after it took about a year, but after a year of going through, working internally, looking to high power, pulling from all of the things, the information, and not only pulling from it, but applying it, walking through the steps, and the steps, gradually she began to see herself, see her self-worth. And now today, today she's going out and she's speaking, and she's encouraging other women. Initially she thought her life wasn't worth sharing, or with other women. She thought no one could learn from her, but now she's going to different organizations, even seminars on platforms where she can share her story with no shame, and able to help others.
Amazing. Yes, we know that story definitely matters. So now, empowered. It sounds like she definitely felt like she's empowered. How would you define true empowerment, and how do you help the women to pull that out of them? How do you help them to find that empowerment?
Well, true empowerment is walking in who you are, knowing your power as an individual, as a person, as being instrumental. You have to know your worth. You have to know what resides in you. And once you feel empowered, you're armed with information, you're armed with your self-worth, you're armed with encouragement, and you know that you can give that to someone else. It makes you walk in it even the more. Like, I have worth that I can share. I have information and knowledge that I can share. Everybody has a story. I have a story that I can share that would help others overcome what I overcome with. Because I believe that when we go through what we go through, when we're going through it, it's for us. But when we come out of it victoriously, it's for somebody else. It's not for us to just say, okay, I feel better about myself. I know my self-worth and I can walk in it. Well, then use that to help somebody else to do the same.
Most definitely. I definitely do understand. It's funny you said that, because that's exactly what I do. I help people with the stories too. So the stories are important. Now, I have to ask you this. How important is faith, and how much did that play in a role with your coaching style? How does your faith play a role in the coaching for you?
It's the top of the list. It's the top of the list because I am a Christian counselor. Anytime someone come to me, I let them know, that'd be the first thing that I let them know, that my coaching or my counseling is based on the Word of God. And so it's the most important thing, actually, in leading and guide me in helping others. I pull on my faith daily. Anytime I go into a session or anytime I talk to someone, it's definitely influenced, and it is definitely guided through the Word of God.
All right. This is really good information. I thank you so much. And I want to ask you this, Ms. Clark. How does the Freedom is Women Conference equip women with the tools they really need for success?
Yes. So the Freedom is Women's Conference, we have speakers come in, and they come in and they share. We have seminars set up on the second day. Throughout the day, we have seminars set up, and most of the speakers that come in, they talk about freedom in every area of their life, be it freedom in finance, freedom in relationship, freedom in self-esteem, freedom. So we have specialists come in, whatever their specialist, their special area is, and they talk to women on how to overcome in different areas. And so the seminars all day long, and the women come in, and we share. We give them a safe area to, and that's the reason why it's exclusively for women, so that they can feel free to share what it is that they need to overcome and get the help that they need in whatever tools that we can provide for them. So yeah, we have specialists come in and share with the women.
Excellent. And we will give you a time and space to definitely share the information about that, so that we can make sure people can sign up and register to attend. Okay. Yeah. Next, Ms. Clark, I'd like to talk a little bit about the coaching and mentorship.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to ask, what common misconceptions do women have about personal growth and empowerment? Have you noticed that throughout the years, what the common misconceptions could be about growth and empowerment?
Well, first of all, oftentimes they think that they don't have the power within, and they do. They have the power. And so all they need is someone, and that's what I do. I walk with them in that process, because they're not powerless. They just don't recognize or realize that they have the power within to walk that road to freedom. And so I think that's one of the things that they feel like I can't, or it's not there. And it is. They just need some help, to walk through it. And so I just lead and guide them. It's not for me to do the work for them. They have to do the work, and they have to know that, it's within you. It's definitely within you. And I'm just here to assist you along the journey.
Yes. Wow. Good information. So in doing that, would you say that somehow you assist the women to shift from survival mode to thriving in their personal and professional lives?
Absolutely. That's exactly what it is. Is to change their mindset about who they are, change their mindset, the shift from being less than to enough. And so that's exactly what it is to help them realize, recognize, and then accept the fact that you're not powerless, you're powerful. You have everything that you need in you. Just recognize it, accept it, and then move forth in it, and so yeah.
So Ms. Clark, if there's some ladies watching this right now and they just don't know what their purpose is, what would you say to them? How can they find their purpose?
So I would say, first of all, seek wisdom from a higher power. For me, I would say, God, seek wisdom. And then second of all, believe that you are enough. God created you just the way he created you, and you're enough. And you're enough for whatever it is that he designed. We all have a purpose. We all have a purpose. And so, you may not know what your purpose is, but I think that whatever your greatest desire is, what brings you great satisfaction, it will lead you to walking in your purpose. You don't want to do something that somebody else wants you to do, but at the end of the day, you don't feel fulfilled, right? You want to feel fulfilled and feel like you made a difference in the world. And that's walking in your purpose, because God has, he's designed each and every one of us and wired us specifically for our purpose.
And it sounds like the key component is definitely making sure that we shift our mindset. So let me ask you this. What's one of the things that you did to adopt a different mindset to help you to do that?
I'm sorry.
And no problem. It happens. We know technical difficulties happen. That's the world we live in today. So it is fine. So let me repeat the question. What is something that you did, Ms. Clark, to change your mindset that you feel as though other women need to adopt as they're going through processes to find out what their purpose is? And ladies and gentlemen, she'll be back. She may be having more technical difficulties, but you stay right there. Keep us on your dial with the Black Business Network, and make sure, if you haven't already done it, you can visit us at that www.blackbusinessexpo.com that you see, and you can also scan that barcode that you see on the screen. So we're going to continue. We're going to have some great speakers for you as we keep going on. So keep it locked in with us all day, and we'll get Ms. Clark back on with you. We're so pleased to have you here today. We want to thank you so much for being with us. And at this time, if she continues to have a break, I'm sure we'll go to a commercial break so we can make sure we get you guys time. There you go. There you go. You all set? All right.
Yes.
You need me to repeat the question?
Could you please?
I sure can. So the question was, I'm sure in your development phases that you had a shift of mindset that you have adopted. What would you encourage women to do? What is that mindset shift that you think they need to apply and adopt?
Education. Commit to learning. Learning is an ongoing process daily. You never get to a point where you have learned enough. And I think education is the key. Arming ourselves with information that we need to foster us in our walk. And so education, self-development is so important. And so learning is an ever learning, it's an ever going process. It's ongoing. And so that's what I would say more than anything. Educate.
Right. We just appreciate you. Oh, I'm on the other side. There I go. It has been amazing. You have shared some great information with us today, and we want to thank you for this information. And we definitely appreciate you sharing your expertise on this show today. This is where I'd like to give you the opportunity to give us that contact information. Let us know about those conferences you have coming up that we mentioned earlier, and let people know how they can reach out to you and apply and register for those things.
Yes. So the Freedom is Women's Conference is every May. It's typically the last weekend, the Memorial Day weekend, and it's 3 days long. And so you can reach me at on my website, www.freedomisyours.org. And it's www.freedomisyours, because it is yours.org. And it'll have the information concerning whatever the packages that I have to offer, as well as information about the summit and workshops in the conference that's coming up in May.
Excellent. I thank you so much for sharing with us. And Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yes, thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Ladies and
prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand, like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that In those three communities, especially black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE, and then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and they talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
And I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red. And I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, having now without her help. Going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood. I still do, and at the time, I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information. And I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself. And anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Crystal Bodie Smith. I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Now, our keynote speaker for this hour is Lindsay Anderson with the topic Becoming Vision Driven, how to make strategic steps towards your goal. Lindsay is a proud Portsmouth, Virginia native and an empowerment speaker, workshop facilitator, and children's book author, dedicated to uplifting the next generation. As the executive director of Vision Driven 757, she's on a mission to create lasting change, championing youth and family support through powerful programs that drive equity and strengthens communities. I present to you Lindsay Anderson.
Hello, how are you?
Amazing. Miss Anderson, how are you this afternoon?
I'm so good. Thank you so much.
Excellent, excellent. I am so excited to have you here with us today. and we are definitely looking forward to hearing from you. I just want to start out by asking you, what does it mean to be vision driven in your own words? I described your bio and talked a little bit about it, but if you can elaborate on that, that would be really good.
Yeah. So I consider myself vision driven. It's not just the name of my company, but it is who what I embody as a person. For as long as I can remember, I would see these grandiose visions in my mind of community, of events, of people, of spaces. And I would work really hard to making those visions come to reality, whether it was doing some kind of community outreach initiative, hosting an event, doing a small group or a round table. I see these things in my head clear as day. And I believe, those are visions that are given to me from God. And so I'm really good on like pushing those out there and making sure that people can get them, because I feel like they're purposeful. So I like for other people to also believe in like the purpose or the passion that kind of burns at them. I feel like everyone has something that kind of nags at them or pulls at them, whether it's writing a book or telling a story or even like doing hair or doing something with your hands. But there's something that you're really good at that calls to you. And so I like for people to figure out what that is and then push towards that to make it a reality.
Wow, that's amazing. So how did you first discover your passion, and what step did you take to pursue them?
So I've always been like sensitive to the community around me. I used to cry at the sight of like homeless people because I didn't understand why everyone didn't have the same comforts or the same luxuries or the same necessities that other people had, and so it puzzled me as a younger person. And so I always set out to kind of just be nice and make a difference. Like I would have to beg my mom to get extra milk or extra canned tuna or something so we could give it to the homeless people that were standing outside. So it's always kind of been inside me to make a difference and to leave this place better than I found it. And if there was a problem that I could do something about, I wanted to do something about it. So I started honestly in school, serving student government, doing outreach initiatives, volunteering. When I went to college, I volunteered with a number of organizations. I served in a sorority. I did so many things to make sure that I was always giving back. And then once I graduated from college, I was like, I can do this for more people. I can do this on a larger scale. And so I really leaned into what I wish I would have known coming into like young adulthood, what I would have known about like grants and scholarships going into college and how to do those things. I was first generation college, so I didn't have anyone to tell me. So my goal was to educate the next generation so that they have more knowledge to make better, well-rounded decisions for their life or whatever it might be, because it might not be college. It might be going into skilled trades. It might be going straight into the workforce or entrepreneurship. But if they have the access to the knowledge and to the resources, then we broaden their scope and we increase their opportunities.
Excellent. So I can tell that you are purpose driven, and not everybody knows how to do that. So what advice would you give to someone struggling to identify their purpose?
Try everything.
Wow.
I have been a baker. I've owned a restaurant. I've been a school teacher. I've worked in logistics. There's nothing I can't do. Like you can't tell me I can't do something, right? And what it always came back to is, how can I use this to help other people? That's always been my end result. How can I use whatever I'm doing to help other people? When I had the restaurant, it was like, how many teens can I hire and give them food handlers cards and give them a skill set so that they have something on their resume going into young adulthood? When I was working in logistics, like how can we bring as many kids as possible here to the ports so that they can see what logistics is? Because half of them don't know. It always came back to, how can I help the kids? How can I further the community? And once I picked up on that reoccurring theme in my life through whatever I was doing, it just made it easier for me to lean into that.
So in doing that, how will people be able to distinguish between a hobby or their true calling?
So to me and for me, a hobby can be your true calling.
Wow.
I feel like you're supposed to have different hobbies for different times in your life. I messed up in one of my first businesses, which was my baking business, because I took a hobby that I did because I loved it and because it was stress relieving, and I turned it into something I did for profit. and it took the fun out of it, and it made it stressful, so I didn't want to do it anymore. But when it comes to like this community work, it's like no matter how stressful it gets, I still want to do it. I still lean into it. You know, I bake now for my family. I bake for my friends. I bake for myself. And that hobby is for me. That's not a gift that I share with other people. But the advocacy, the platforming, the event planning, I do that openly as a business because that is something that I'm good at. That is something that produces the results that I want. And it's something that's profitable that I don't mind giving my energy to and sharing with others. You know, I like to do plants. I garden. Plants are my thing, indoor and outdoor. That's for me though. I'm not on social media giving out gardening and plant tips or anything like that. I don't put energy behind it to share that with other people. So I feel like some of your hobbies are just for you. And then some of your hobbies have a way of manifesting themselves into your purpose because there's something that you give freely to others. I consult on event planning, especially when it's community based. I help other nonprofits get started. And these are things that I don't mind doing as a profitable business to ensure that my purpose is still my purpose.
Amazing. And so you enjoy everything you do. Enjoying what you do is definitely important because that way it comes a little bit more freely. So I totally do agree with that for sure. Now, sometimes people don't try things, right? Because they're fearful, apprehensive, they have doubt. So what role do you feel that fear plays in individuals pursuing their purpose, and how would you suggest that they overcome them?
I mean, fear it's an energy, it's an emotion, right? And it's something that you can acknowledge, but you don't have to accept. Your feelings are valid, but your feelings aren't facts. So you can be fearful, but that doesn't mean that you lean into the fear. There's been several times where I've tried something that's never been done before that was scary, but if not me, then who? And then how would I feel if I watched somebody else live my dream or I watched somebody else do what I've always had in my mind? I'm not going to be fearful. I'm going to be mad. I'm going to be angry, and I can only be mad at myself because I didn't take advantage of the opportunity. So you have to weigh what's more important. It's like, is your fear, or is it that this really might work? And I always choose to lean into this really might work. I'm aware of all the things that can go wrong because you have to plan for those things, right? And it has to be a part of your strategic plan about the things that can go wrong, the ways that stuff can come up short, or like where you might identify roadblocks or areas of lack. But that doesn't stop the overall big picture, and that never stops the purpose or the theme.
Right. Now, I'm going to tell you something. You said something powerful. You said your feelings are valid, but they're not facts. And that is a powerful statement right there. So in other words, acknowledge the feeling, feel the feelings, but don't get stuck in those feelings, right, and keep on going. So I love it. I love it. I love it. That was great. So, Miss Anderson, can you share a moment that you almost gave up on your own vision, and tell us what kept you going?
Yeah. So honestly, the start of this whole thing, I started Vision Driven 757 off the strength of events and like putting on community-based events to gain resource, knowledge, information, network, all that good stuff. So when I started Vision Driven, it was actually supposed to be a hub for aspiring entrepreneurs and those who wanted to get into business for themselves. I created this whole event called Boss Up. I had panelists coming in. I was going to showcase small vendors and really just give aspiring entrepreneurs a place to gather and gain support and brainstorm and bounce off of each other. And in my mind, it was a great idea, and I was putting it out there to people, and some people were interested. I had my panelists and everything, and I was promoting it, but no one was biting. No one was interested. And I was just like not figuring out what was going wrong. So I think it was like a month and a half out. I had like 2 ticket sales. I had 1 vendor confirmed, and I had already put in deposits for food and marketing and all these things. So I was about to be out like thousands of dollars. I went to my mom crying because I'm upset because I'm trying to figure out what went wrong. And my mom said, "What are you doing? Like, this is not what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be worried about the kids. We're supposed to be rectifying the village. We're supposed to be building community. We have to build some bosses and get these kids together." And I was like, "What?" And she said it again. And I was like, "It's not boss up. It's building bosses." So I flipped everything that I had created, and I made a panel And I brought in friends. I called my my fitness trainer friend, and he came in and talked about health and wellness, nutrition. I called in my friend who did resumes, and they came in and did resume review. I called 2 of my stylist friends to talk about how young men and young women should dress in like a professional space and how they present themselves in an interview. I did motivational tips and interview techniques. And then I had another gentleman come in and like bring the whole thing home, just like empowering the kids to go out and do their next thing. And I flipped everything in a month and a half. I sold 75 tickets. I had 10 panelists or 10 participants come out. I had my friends and my family working registration and helping me put together the slideshow. And that was the start of Vision Driven 757. And we just did our 6th conference this past February 1st. And we had almost 200 people in the space. We took over 4 floors of a library, and it has just grown leaps and bounds, all because I didn't give up.
Oh my goodness, that sounds amazing. I am so excited. And it is really, truly good to keep the right people in your circle so you can call on them. I heard you saying you called on several people, so you have a powerful network of people, and that's important too. How important is it to have a powerful network that you can call on?
It's key. Everything that I've done has been off the base of knowing somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody, keeping people close to me that believe in the vision, who have bought into the vision, and who are willing to do the hard work and do the nitty gritty type stuff with me, and just making sure that people know what I'm doing. Like, it's been the biggest thing to like, I'm not afraid to tell people what I'm doing. You can't take from me what I'm already doing, and you can't do it like I do it. So even if you like the idea and you borrow the concept because I've told you about it, you still can't minimize what I'm doing. So I'm not afraid to tell people what I'm doing, because I find the right folks who are willing to buy in, to invest, whether it be monetarily, their energy, their resources, or just helping me spread the word about it. That's how I've literally done everything that I've ever done, just word of mouth and having a strong network.
Now, powerful. Now, you said something that leads me to this next question. You said you tell people, give people some advice on how you avoided or ignored the naysayers. Because sometimes when we share our vision, everybody doesn't get it, you know, and some people will try to convince you otherwise. So could you speak to that for a moment, please?
Yeah. Who and what's for me is who and what's for me. Your no doesn't stop anything. And it just, honestly, it just gives me the answer I need. Like, yes or no. That's all you can tell me. Yes or no. You can try to bash what I'm doing or talk down about what I'm doing, but in comparison, like, what are you doing? Like, not to sound like cocky or bold, but like, what are you doing? Because this is my legacy that I'm building. This is my moment that I'm creating. This is my movement that I'm starting. If you're not a part of it, that's fine. If you don't like it, that's fine. I just need to know. So then I know to go on to the next person. A no is just an answer to a question. It doesn't stop anything, because the right people will be the right people, and they'll come with the right resources. They'll come with the right energy, the right attitude, the right connections, and they'll help you move this thing along. If they're not for you, they'll keep you stagnant. They'll keep you stuck. And if you sit on someone's no, letting one person or one thing or one place tell you your value, then you don't believe enough yet.
I'm telling you right now, that's it. That's it. Knowing and believing in yourself and being able to know who's for you. So let's go to the next question I have here. Let's talk about some practical steps that people can take to fine-tune their own personal passions to have a sustainable career or mission. Have any suggestions for them?
Write it down. Write everything down. I journal. I am so stenographer, hieroglyphics, however you want to do it. I need to put words to paper, and that helps it, one, get out of my head, but two, it makes it real. You know, you write the vision, you make it plain. And so that's how you know where you're going. You have to write it down first, and then get all the things out of your head. I do this thing called brain dumping. It's like you can do 5, 10, 15, however long you want to. If you start now, I suggest 2 minutes, but you set a timer for 2 minutes. You get you a piece of paper and you just write. It doesn't have to be complete thoughts or sentences. It could just be words. It doesn't have to be on the lines. It could be all over the paper, and it gets it out of your head and onto paper. And then once that time is up, you can look down and you might have some complete thoughts that you didn't even know you had because your brain is so jumbled. Getting stuff out of your head and on the paper helps you organize it. And then you can see what resources you have. You can see what people you have. And then you can see what you need to get where you're trying to go.
I heard those key pointers, and the one that stuck out of my mind was write a vision and make it plain. That's it. That's what it is. You definitely have to get it out of your head, write it down so you can look at it and plan that work that you have. So good pointers there. Now, it sounds like you're very, very focused. And some other people may have a problem with staying focused. They may sometimes get distracted and they may have challenges because of that. Any advice to individuals who would like to go ahead and follow through with their vision and purpose, but they don't know how to ignore the distractions?
You have to have something that pulls you back, whatever that may be. You know, I keep, like I said, my thing is journaling. So I can flip through these pages and reread my own thoughts. And that brings me back to, like, 'cause there's times where I get discouraged. There's times when I don't want to. There's times where I get tired. But when I go back and I reread, like, what I do and why I do it from my own perspective, like, I'll forget why I do things sometimes. But to have that and be able to reference it like a book is a world of difference. Some people use social media, you know, Facebook, Twitter, all those things. It's like a journal on the internet. Go back and see, like, oh, this is why I started, or this is how happy I was when I started, and look at, I forgot the purpose or the why behind it. You know, even going back to writing it down. If you keep a Post-it on your mirror in your bathroom or on the back of your front door when you're leaving, and you read every day why you're doing what you're doing as those reminders, it keeps it in the forefront of your brain. Whatever you can do to keep it in the forefront of your brain, keep it visible. And that's how you stay clear of distractions.
Miss Anderson, I can tell you did some personal development work over the years. And that's one of the things people have to realize. They have to do that, invest in themselves and go to those workshops, read those books, and do some self-reflection. So I would like to know, what books have you read to help you to get to this point and be so vision-driven?
Oh, okay. One of them, Atomic Habits. You know, that one is really it just helps you decipher and break down what's important and why you should do the things you do. It talks about habit stacking and, you know, just keeping things easy for you to create these systems in this cycle in which you can act and fulfill whatever it is that you're trying to fulfill. Another one is The Greatest Miracle in the World. And that is a big book about self-worth. And it helped me in a lot of ways because, you know, as a person, as a woman, I've suffered with, like, you know, imposter syndrome and wondering if I should be like the boss or the person in charge, or like, are people going to hear me or listen to me? But when you realize, like, things are not given to you just because. Everything happens for a reason. And if you have these gifts or these skill sets, it's not by happenstance that you have these gifts or these skill sets. It's on purpose. And when you realize that it's a different kind of confidence, it's a different kind of air in your chest, and it puts your shoulders back a little bit more, because it's like, oh, wow, I was made for this. I was picked for this. I was chosen for this. And that just, for me, it hits a little bit different. So I'm like, oh, let me act accordingly, you know? So that's another one. How to Win Friends and Influence People has always been big on, like, networking and, you know, just how to create genuine connections with people, because that's how we thrive. That's how you really get the support you need, when people can feel and understand your authenticity and they know that you're genuine in your motives and why you do the things that you do. They're willing to support you. Like, it's one of my best feelings in the world when I can call on somebody and they're like, for you,
yes,
problem, I got you. Like, it hits different, right? And so, you know, people see you and see the work that you do and understand your heart behind the work. And so that really is impactful for me too. So I think those 3 books have been really good for me.
So would you say that your confidence was increased after you personally developed?
Yes and no. My confidence increased when I learned how to be by myself and not listen to, like, the noise, because everyone's going to have opinions about what you do and why you do it. When I first really got started with this back in 2020, I got national recognition very quickly. And so people had opinions about what I was doing and why. And I had to kind of just take that. And for a second, I was like taking it in and taking it personal. But it's like, no, there's so many more people who hear and see you for you than these people who are trying to put this negative connotation behind what you're doing. Lean into the good noise. Like, listen to the people who see you for you. not the people who've spun this narrative just because that's what they want. And once I decided that I like what I'm doing and I believe in what I'm doing, and if you do too, cool, but even if you don't, I'm going to do it anyway. That's where my confidence came from. It was almost like I don't care what you think, because this is not for you. Because if it's for you, you'll buy in, you'll believe, you'll support, you'll pass along the word, or you'll be a part of the movement. But if it's not for you, okay, it's not for you.
Wow, that's good. That's good. And you have to know when it's just not for you. And some people, they figure out what their purpose is, okay? So how does one take their individual purpose and tie it into the greater good for the whole community?
Understanding that everyone has a place. You know, I have a ton of folks who I'm associated with, who do the exact same thing that I do for a very similar group of people. But we all have our place. No one is better than the next. No one is more than the next. Like, we all have a place that we fit in. My area is my area. Their area is their area. So you learn how to work in tandem, because we've been given these things to work in tandem. Human beings were not created to live in isolation. We were created to live in community, because we all have different things that make us unique, that when we interweave it together, we get something really, really special. It's the people who feel like we have to stand alone. Those are the people who lack. It's like, if you want to go far, you go together. If you want to go fast, you go by yourself. So you have to figure out what it is that you want. Some people are really quick on the right now. Okay, go by yourself. But if you want to really build something, we have to do it arm in arm. We have to lean on each other's skill sets, lean on each other's strengths, and then we have to do it in tandem, one thing at a time.
Miss Anderson said, if you want to go far, then go together. But if you want to go fast, go by yourself. So take heed to the message. That was really, really good. I like that nugget there.
Thank you.
Now, Miss Anderson, there's some challenges that sometimes come up when people try to mobilize the community. And I'm sure you faced some of them. How did you overcome those challenges?
One of the big things is realizing that I'm one person with one organization, with one entity, in a sea full of folks who need help in one way or another. And really leaning into the fact that, like what I just said, if we work together, we can do so much more. Like, my resources might run short at a certain point. So I need to call on this other organization or this other business to come in and help replenish for this neighborhood, for this area, for this community, because right now we're lacking. And it's going to be like that, with the economy, with inflation, with how businesses come and go and the ebbs and flows, there's always going to be someone lacking. And so we have to be able to pull together to make sure, like, if you're lacking, we can pull here. Or now the two of us can come over here and get this small business and help them. Now the three of us can come over here and help this small business. And that's how we grow and we build together. We have to do it one by one. We have to do it in tandem. So in order for us to get further, we have to figure out how to support the little guys and how to make it equitable across the board. Everything's not going to be equal. But if everyone has a fighting chance, and if everyone has access to the same resources to help these different demographics, then we are slowly changing the economy and the structure of the community.
That's good. Now, different generations see things differently, and I feel as though the younger generation has something to contribute to all of this that we're speaking of in the community. So what do you think we need to do to get the younger generation more involved in taking an active role in shaping our communities?
Just that, getting them involved. Like, we're so busy trying to shield them and protect them from everything that we don't get them involved.
Wow.
We don't give them the tools, the space, or the opportunities to use their voices to be young leaders or to tell us what they need or to tell us what they want. We want to protect them so bad because the world is so crazy, and we see that as adults. And as a millennial going through traumatic world event after traumatic world event after traumatic world event, and having a young person myself, it's a game. It's a teeter-totter. It's a give and take. Like, yes, I'm gonna protect you because you're my child, but also you got to learn this one on your own, my girl.
Yes.
You messed up. You got to take accountability. There are consequences to your actions or their reactions to your actions, and whether that be good or bad, you have to face that because you made the choice to make the action. We have to hold these kids accountable, but we have to give them the space to learn how to function and maneuver on their own. Like, that's one of the biggest things that I do within my organization. I'm trying to create good people, not good test takers, not yes men, not people who are afraid to try. Good people with hearts of service who want to come out here and make a change in their community, because we can all do that. You don't have to be a politician. You don't have to be a community advocate. You can be a regular person on your job, but you stand for what's right, and you do what's right, and you do what's moral because you're a good person. That's all we have to do is give these kids a fighting chance to be good. Expose them to as much as we can, because exposure is key, and hold their hand. Let them make mistakes, pick them up, tell them where they went wrong, and then push them back out there to go on their merry way, and let them know that you're still behind them if they mess up again.
I like it. And then, of course, we all know that everybody has different backgrounds and opinions, so they don't see things eye to eye. So what steps would you say you would give those that fall in that categories so they can work together?
I think across the board, everyone just has to be more open. We're not always going to agree for a number of reasons, and that's fine, but there's a difference between agreeing and understanding. I don't agree with you, but I understand why you feel the way that you feel. I don't agree with you, but I support your right to have an opinion. Now, it becomes different when it goes into like human rights and all those things, but for basic humanity, for survival, for community, learning how to agree to disagree, learning how to be open-minded, not being so self-centered that, your problems are everyone else's problems, because we the people. We the people. It's all of us. And so we have to get out of this single-minded mindset. It has to be open. It has to be for community. It has to be empathy. This is not happening to me. It's not happening to me. It's not affecting me, but I empathize with the fact that it's happening to you. And I'm sorry. And if I can help, I'm going to help. Like, just being more genuine. I feel like we've lost the sauce in that a little bit, about just like being good and decent people. And like not having ill intentions, or assuming that people have ill intentions when they try to educate or teach or lead or help or whatever the case may be. Just being more open and more empathetic.
Wow, this is some good information. I hope they have their pens and their notes out there. And we're going to ask you just a few more questions, and then we're going to give you the opportunity to give us some contact information and anything you have coming up. So let's see. Collaboration is key. I always say that, and I'm sure that it sounds like you think that too, from what I heard. So let's talk about collaboration and what people can do to create lasting relationships and stop competing so much for the resources, but work together.
I think it goes back to like that confidence. Like, I don't feel like confident people have the time to try to run dolo, because like, that what's for you is for you. Like I said before, like, giving freely of my gifts is no thing, because you can't take away what I'm doing, and you can't do it like me, and you're not supposed to. You're supposed to do it like you. Please take the idea, please take the concept, take the theme, and do it your way for your group of people, for your target audience. We have to get out of the mindset that there has to be like one name and one thing, and my name has to be on top. It's like, no, if we're building community, no one's name is on top. We're all right here. We're all on the same playing field. Like, we have to get out of someone being the one. And it just has to be a unit. It just has to be solidarity. And with collaborating, it's just like, finding those like-minded people, because everyone is not on the same page. Everyone is not on the same wavelength. And some people have to grow and evolve. But if you want to have sustainability or even growth, you have to be around people who are at your same mindset or higher. And then those folks help you get to where you're trying to go. And we do it in unity.
Yes, yes. Now, can you mention a time where collaboration led to a significant positive change?
Yeah. So when I started the organization in 2020, it was during the pandemic. I was working in the school system, and I got out of school, and I was like, I'm gonna take, we got 2 weeks off. I'm relaxing, I'm chilling, I'm so excited because we don't have to go to school for 2 weeks while whatever this is happens. And then, we thought we were just gonna go back to our lives. Clearly that didn't happen. But during that first 2 weeks, something said, make a sandwich. And I was like, I don't need a sandwich. Like, I'm not hungry. What am I doing? But I called a friend and I was like, I think I'm gonna make some lunches and see if any of these kids with essential worker parents need me to bring them lunch because they're in the house by themselves. And their parents can't get off work to go to the pickup sites to pick up these meals that the schools had because you had to take your kid. Like, you had to get off work, go get your child, take them to the school, get the meals, take them back home, and then get back to work. And you only get a 30-minute lunch. How would you do that? So I went to the store. I had $40. I bought apples, lunch meat, stuff to make sandwiches, chips, and like a snack. And I made lunches and I put it out on social media and I sent it to some of my friends like, hey, I'm making lunches for any kids who need them. If y'all need something, let me know. The first week, I think I had like 10 lunches that I gave out. But then the second week, I had 50. And then the week after that, I had 85. And it got up to the point that we were delivering 195 lunches a day in 4 cities across Hampton Roads. And we had a partnership with AT&T, and we were on the news and we were on CNN. Like, it became this whole big spiral of businesses who had like cafes and cafeterias or like snack bars were giving us their inventory because they had to close it down because of COVID. But that meant we had more stuff to give to these families. We were giving whole boxes with like meal items for these families, as well as delivering the lunches to the kids 2 and 3 times a week. And sometimes even making sure they had like warm breakfast. So it became a whole big thing based off of word of mouth, collaboration, and everyone just wanting to pitch in.
Amazing. Congratulations on the success of that. That sounds like you really helped feed many, many, many families. One last question before I allow you to share your contact information and allow us to know anything you have coming up. What is the one piece of advice you would give to anyone watching who wants to get started, make an impact, but they just don't know where to begin?
Don't overthink it. You will get yourself stuck in a cycle of thoughts and never start if you overthink it. Sometimes it's the simplest thing that you needed to get started. And sometimes the simplest thing is just saying, I am this. I am a writer. I am an author. I'm an advocate. I am a hairstylist. I am a welder. And making it an affirmation that this is who you are. And then just be consistent. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen in 6 months. It might not even happen in a year. But when it happens, it happens. And it happens in a major way. And all you have to do is be ready.
Wow, Ms. Anderson, that's powerful. Just be ready. Don't overthink it. Just do it. Isn't that what Nike said? Just do it. Yeah. And that's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing from you, is just basically just go out there and try. And you said it earlier. You said try it all, right? Mm-hmm. Don't just try one thing. Try everything until you find out what it is that you really want to do. So that's truly amazing. And I thank you. And doing it, you talked a lot about unity and collaboration. So before you give your contact information, any closing remark that you'd like to give us in regards to everything that you just spoke about when it comes to the unity, the collaboration, and the community, what would you like to close out with today?
Yes. Now more than ever, it is super important for us to unify, for us to collaborate, for us to lean on each other and uplift each other and not spend so much energy and time trying to tear one another down, but instead encouraging, educating, providing a kind word, and just being mindful of ourselves, of the people around us, of our children, and what's really going on. Because things are changing rapidly. And the only way that we will get through is together. There's no other way. We have to lean on each other. We have to learn how to unify and do it in a way that we make actionable steps towards the change that we want to see. The tagline of my organization is Be the Change. And that means it starts with you. And that means it starts now, because we're all making the choice to now be better than we were before. And that's the only way that we get through whatever life throws at us, is together.
Wow. And I know I said closing comment, but when you said that, it made me think of one other thing. So does the person have to have leadership skills to do that? Do they have to be a leader, would you say, to be that person to go and have that strong drive and follow through?
No, you're the leader of your life. So regardless, you're leading something because you're leading your life. You know, it doesn't have to be that you have a big platform or a whole bunch of folks following you. It's just that you have the confidence to make sound decisions that impact change, not only for you, but for those around you.
Excellent, excellent. Ms. Anderson, so how can the people reach out to you? Give us the website, contact information, any upcoming event that they need to know about that you have that you're sponsoring.
Yes, so the organization is Vision Driven 757. We are Vision Driven 757 on all social media platforms, including LinkedIn. Personally, you can find me at Lindsay A on Instagram and Facebook, Lindsay Anderson on LinkedIn. And we have an upcoming event on August 2nd at the YMCA here in Hampton Roads in Norfolk, where we'll be doing Be Well Community Resource Fair, where we give out school supplies as well as on-site resources for families of school-aged children. And it's a good time. We have fresh fruits to give out, fresh fruits and veggies, a clothing closet, and a number of resources available for the family as they prepare for back to school. So that will be our next event coming up, and you can follow us and follow more information at visiondriven757.org.
Can you say that website one more time, a little slower, for those that may be interested in finding out how they can get involved with that event?
Yes, visiondriven757.org. Everything spelled like it's supposed to.
Excellent. It has been a pleasure to speak with you today and to just hear everything that you're doing. We are definitely enlightened by all the nuggets that you've given us. We want to thank you for stopping by here today on the Black Business Network to provide those nuggets and to share everything that you've done to help others to get started. All right. And we know that genius is common, and we will see you on the other side.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And next, you will hear a word from our sponsor, but I want to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, to make sure that you don't forget to go by and visit www.Black Business Expo USA. And you can scan the barcode in the left corner also. And we're here 24 hours a day at the Black Business Network. And we will be here with our next speaker after Miss Lindsay Anderson. So we are excited, definitely excited. We have some great speakers coming up every day. And now a word from our sponsor.
Hi, I'm Linda Peavy, owner of LaPav Consulting. My passion is to place your organization on the path to excellence. Are you struggling to communicate your message, reach target audiences, or secure funding? From marketing communications to grant writing, we achieve your goals. We've worked with high-profile clients and have secured $17 million in funding for charter schools and nonprofits. Call today to discuss what your success looks like and how LaPav Consulting can help.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to do, I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarships of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE, and then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses, and it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, you know, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, you know, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, you know, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, you know, CMET was there for myself, and, you know, anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm a business growth Imagineer, founder of Strategic Solutions, a business consulting practice, and also a founder of Huertas e Decus, which is Latin for excellence and distinction, and that's a Black or business growth practice. So I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from all over in North Carolina, in London, in Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next guest this morning is Mr. Joseph A. Simmons. He's a retired pharmaceutical executive located in Orlando, Florida, and he started his career in sales with Baxter Corporation, also with Johnson & Johnson and Sunrise Medical, where he was promoted to an executive level position. He went on to Knoll, Abbott, and Novartis Pharmaceuticals in several management positions. He's recently founded the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training, a not-for-profit organization, back in May of 2020. So looking forward to an interesting and exciting conversation. So let me present to you Mr. Joseph Simmons. Good morning. I think I said afternoon. Boy, it's been a long day already, hasn't it? Jeez Louise.
Well, in your intro, you talked about, all the different, your global organizations. So guess what, Sydney? Somewhere in the world, it is afternoon.
It is afternoon. That's right. It's like, I just got off a call. I was actually on last night with a client from India, not Pakistan, sorry, from Pakistan. And I realized what time it was for where I was. I'm like, wait a second, it's midnight where you are.
Yes.
And yeah, it gets to be that way sometimes. Like, where is it? What time am I? Well, welcome. It's the first time I'm meeting you, so it's great to meet you. You have an extraordinary background, so I understand we're going to do a fireside chat, and I'm looking forward to getting into it. So don't know if you're ready.
Sydney, I was in sales.
Okay.
I'm ready to go.
Okay. All right. Good. Because this time always goes so fast, and so want to jump into it so people get the benefit of your experiences, etc. So, first and foremost, you have a career in sales leadership, sales management, executive business leadership. Talk a little bit about it seems, all of it was in the pharmaceuticals. How did you get to that industry? Was that something, that you wanted to do while you're in college, came to accidentally? Talk a little bit about that.
Well, God bless my mother and father. They were very patient with me, but strangely enough, Sydney, my mother always provided me with magazines, business magazines. So whether it was Forbes, Newsweek, Wall Street Journal, she would always kind of give me these magazines, and I had an affinity for it. So I really, when I went to college, I was a political science major because I had aspirations of going into politics, behind the scenes, not being the front man. And my father was a minister. So I had a father who had the gift of gab, and I had a mother who was very practical and very logical. So it only made sense for me to go into a sales career, right? Right. And that's how I started. My sales career was basically, it was just one of happenstance. They looked at the competencies and the skills that I had, and they said, you would be great for this. And I took off into a sales career, and it taught me a lot. It taught me a lot in regards to people skills. It taught me a lot in regards to, what motivates people. Obviously, I was motivated by achievement. I wanted to be successful. My parents were, I look back at my lineage, my grandparents on my father's side were slaves, and they were just freed. And then my father had probably a 6th grade education, my mother a 3rd grade education. But they had this sense of they wanted a better life for Joseph Simmons, their son. And so I always had this drive to exceed their expectations in regards to whatever I did. So as you just read off, I started out in medical devices and then moved over to pharma. And there was always this friction and this bumping with medical device and pharma. We looked down on pharmaceutical people because we didn't think they sold. In the medical device business, it's very aggressive. It's feast or famine. So there's this attitude of, I'm all that by being in medical devices. But, there's this, in the 90s, there's this up and down in regards to medical devices. If you lost a contract with a hospital, it's a zero-sum game. And I was approached twice by individuals say, Joe, you'd really be great in pharma. And I was like, I don't know if I want to make that move. You guys, all you do is go into doctors' offices and, drops things off and do lunches. I'm out here really selling, I just that attitude. But I interviewed for a position with Knoll, and the VP showed me their data, what they get. And Sydney, I was just blown away. I mean, they had, physician level data on almost, where the doctor lived, what he liked to eat, where he, liked to go to restaurants. I mean, and then the prescribing data that they had was just enormous. And it just made me think that it would be a challenge for me, but I had all the tools to be successful. I had data, I knew their target audience, I knew the products that they were prescribing, so I could really develop and focus a field force in that direction. So that's kind of the short story of me going from Leicester, West Virginia, college, sales, and then into pharma.
Okay. So talk a little bit about it. You're in sales, doing quite well. Folks want you in all of their roles, et cetera. What was it that made you want to go into the executive leadership level? And what were some things that you experienced or learned at the sales level that you felt were critical for your success at the executive level?
Wow. Number one was control. That was the number one thing that I looked at. When you become at a certain level of, when you're at an executive level, you have control over hiring, policy procedures, marketing. So you have a better input in regards to the direction of the product, services, or the organization that you're with. That's number one. Number two, what I learned from sales is there's an old adage called know, like, and trust. Three things. That's the fundamental. So to get into an executive level, you have to align yourself with different resources, whether it's marketing or manufacturing, operations, accounting. So they have to know you, they have to like you, and they have to trust you because they're giving you a budget of $10 million. So you've got to perform. So those are the kind of things you learn from a salesperson, is that you have to perform. You have to exceed expectations. You have to execute flawlessly. So from those two things, and you move into executive, now all of a sudden you're directing people in regards to execution, product knowledge, relationships. But most importantly, you can give them your learnings. You can pass it on. You can pass, well, why were you successful? So you mentor people within the organization to become you, to replace you, to succeed you, to go to a higher level.
Yeah. I bet what you just talked about there resonates with a lot of folks, especially that control piece. That that's what most people kind of go into business for. It's like, I want to have some say, some control over my own life, my own destiny, et cetera, et cetera. And similar to you, when I was with corporate, I did everything on the ops side. Wanted to get on the sales side. Once I got on the sales side, I'm like, now I don't have any control over the ops side, so I need to be a general manager, which is how I then got to the going to the executive level as well. Talk about it's for those who haven't been in corporate America, and for those who are, it's no small feat. It's it's not easy, moving up, and getting to the executive level within some of the corporations that you've been with, and how large they are. Talk about what it is about you personally, your skill set, your capabilities that you think allowed you to not only get to that level, but to thrive and be successful at that level.
Sydney, I guess one of the business leaders that I followed early in my career was Jack Welch, who was the leader of GE. And he talked about 5 things that a leader should, if you're going to succeed as a leader, these are the 5 things you need to do. Exceed expectations in regards to sales, marketing execution, hire talented people, stay between the white lines, but most importantly, bring an energy to the job. So when I look at my career and the success I had, those are the 5 things that I focused on. I made sure that, with Knoll Pharmaceutical, I was back-to-back region of the year. I was district of the year. I was region of the year again with Novartis. So from a sales exceeding the expectation, I hit that. In regards to execution, it is so key for whether you're a small business or a large corporation that you execute flawlessly. You can't be, distracted by the shiny objects. That as a business consultant, too many times, I want to do this, I want to do this. Right. And it takes you off track, it takes you off message.
Yep.
So 3 is hiring talented people. You want to make sure you surround yourself with people that are smarter than you. And even today, I try to bring into CMET people that are smarter than me, and they bring a certain energy and they bring a certain thing that can elevate the organization. Number 4 is, we all know that there are rules. And in pharmaceuticals, my God, outside of maybe the oil and gas industry or maybe the banking industry, we were highly regulated. You could get fired for selling off label, for example. So you had to make sure that you set an example for your people of what right and wrong was. Lastly is energy. This morning I was listening to your prior guest, Percy Mitchell, I think his name was. Right. He had energy. Mm-hmm. He had energy. That's what you bring to your organization as a leader of an organization, whether it's Novartis or whether it's your own small business. You have to bring this positivity, this zest for we're going to change the world.
So you're having this success at these massive Fortune 50, Fortune 100 companies at an executive level. Talk about that moment where you say, nah, gonna walk away, gonna do something on my own. But not only am I gonna do something on my own, I'm gonna do a not-for-profit. So talk about that. What inspired you for that? And, what, if any, concerns did you have, or, what, if any, changes did you make?
Sydney, my wife, I retired 3 times. So each one of the times I drove her crazy. It's like, and I was,
get out of the house,
do something, right? And a real quick story. So I was talking to one of my mentors, and we were having lunch, and he said, well, let me guess what your life is like. You get up in the morning, 5 o'clock, you watch CNBC, Squawk Box to maybe 9. Then you find, you're going to do some things on the internet till 12, you have lunch. Afternoon, you do the same thing, you pitch and buzz around the house. He said, Joe, you were an executive, you have something to give back. Why don't you use your talents and volunteer at SCORE? And that's what I did, Sydney, for 5 years. So I volunteered with SCORE. And while I was there, I developed a couple of workshops that they input, and they became very successful. But in the back of my mind, there was something that, as a little boy, I just remember my father always going to these churches. And these churches, I'm at 16, 17 years old. I'm driving my father. He had glaucoma. And Saturday, and instead of me going to a party or hanging out with friends, I'm driving my father to these small towns in West Virginia for him to have service that Sunday. And Sydney, he would have 8 people there, 10 people there. But Friday night, he would study the Bible. Saturday night, he would study the Bible. And he just knew that, he would give it his all and give it his best. And then May of 2020, I'm watching Squawk Box, and, the whole thing with George Floyd was going through my head, and I'm looking at application for PPP and EIDL, and they weren't registered with SunBiz. They didn't have their tax ID. And I'm looking and I'm going, there's money left on the table here. I mean, it's like typical, business person. There's a problem. How can I solve it? And literally, Sydney, I just got out a legal pad and I just started sketching out a workshop. I mean, my background is management. How many meetings have I put together? How many workshops have I put together? And I said, okay, the problem is women, Black and brown entrepreneurs aren't prepared for success. They can't take advantage of resources. I went to SCORE. I presented a proposal to them. They didn't want to touch it. Luckily, I had an associate who had presented at one of my workshops. I talked to him. He said, I'll help you put together the nonprofit. And so I set it up so that it was a workshop and it had addressed a problem. The problem was business fundamentals. Second was understanding target audience. Third was access to capital. Everything around it focused in on getting that workshop to commit to those 3 things. And that's how I kind of came up with CMET.
It's sometimes when I'm doing this, I hear themes. So you want to do good.
Mm-hmm.
You have this idea. You pitch this idea to someone and they said, nah, not interested. So talk about that. And, was it a surprise to you? How did you handle that? Why did you think that it took place? And then what did you do to get past it, to overcome it?
Sydney, having 30 some years in sales, whether it's, foot on the ground, knocking on doors, sales success really runs around being able to put the no's behind you
mm-hmm.
and seeking the yeses.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have this dogged focus in regards to, I know I've got a good idea. I just need to find the right person to say, Joe, you've got a right idea, and to give me the support and kind of keep me pushing in the right direction. So because I had that background in sales, I can't say I didn't take it personally because I'd given 5 years to SCORE. So you would think that, they would be open to it.
I'm worth a little credibility there, right?
But again, you kind of look at the political environment. You look at, SCORE's part of the Department of Commerce, I think. So there was things there that I kind of understood. But you've got to have this mentality of, I am going to stay focused on my target. I know what I have to do. I've got a good plan. And I just started pitching. Luckily, I ran across one of the funders at a networking event, and she was new, I was new, and together I understood from a sales standpoint, if I help her out, she's going to put me in front of the right people.
Right.
And that's what I did. I nurtured her. I connected her with the right people. She was starting to see success. And then she said, "Hey, Joe, what can I do for you?" That was my opening.
I'm glad you asked me that question.
Just, can you set up a meeting for me with, who has the money? And then that was the other thing you learn in sales, is that you can't be shy. You've got to be able to say, you know what, as a nonprofit, it is for profit. It takes funding to do what you have to do.
Right.
And so she set up an audience. I had a phone call. I pitched them, and I had a meeting, and then from there it just kind of snowballed from there. And even you almost have to have the attitude of, even with some of my subject matter experts, I've got 3 that have been with me, Sydney, for 21 cohorts. And some of them, the 3 that started out with me, weren't being paid. There was no stipend. So they believed in the mission, which really reinforced my need to say, you know what, I've got something here, but I need funding to really make it happen, to support these entrepreneurs, but also support the subject matter experts.
I do a workshop around kind of mastering finances, et cetera. And one of the things I always talk about is that the goal of business is not about making money, a profit, that it's about, meeting or exceeding the needs of your client base. However, financials become the way we measure success, how well you're doing that goal, how well you're meeting that. So revenue is a measure of how well you're meeting that need. Profit, or surplus in the case of a not-for-profit, is a measure of how long you'll be able to do that. And so I think there's, excellent lessons from what you're talking about there. But a key one, again, I want to just, so people don't go by it too fast, was your persistence when you heard no. That, you're going to always have obstacles, even when you're doing something great, or you believe something is great. And here you're trying to do something, great, noble for others, et cetera. And you're still going to have people who say, I don't believe in it. I don't think you can do it. I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's worthwhile. And, there's, this determination that you have to have, this inner discipline that you need to show, that says, I'm going to stick to my plan. I'm going to stick to my objective, and to move forward with that. So hopefully people out there will hear that and resonate with them, because they will experience it at some point, in their journey. I think the other lesson that you talked about is what you did with no money, which is similar to what Percy talked about. And so again, common themes. One of the things when I was managing executive level, when people would come to me for money, how can we get approval for this? The first question I would ask them is, what would you do if I said no? And I would listen to their response. And some people would just like, well, I guess we wouldn't be able to do it. Okay, so you're definitely not getting approved.
Yeah, fold up.
Let's move on. Yep. But I listened to, what, others would say. It's like, I guess we would do this and et cetera. And my response would always be, then go do that. And then tell me what you got. And because all those things were really about, again, process, behavior. And that's what you talked about there. You said, okay, I'm going to go do this. I'm going to do this way so that I can show some benefit, show some value, and then people will collect around that. And in your case, it was showing value to a potential funder. Exactly. And again, I think that's the lesson people can get out of that. You need to show value, and you can show value without necessarily having money. It's just do what you do, and do it well, and show the results from that. So,
and Sydney, you're absolutely right. I mean, because I spent X amount of years in pharma, with drugs, we always talk about efficacy. And with a physician, the first thing they want to hear is, okay, what is the efficacy? Now let me put it on somebody and see if it works. Once they see it works, it's safe, it's reimbursed, boom, it's off and running. It's the same thing like you say with your business. You have to establish credibility. People have to know you, like you, and trust you, but you have to keep coming back. I used to, one of my first sales reps told me something. And he said, people would come to say, why are you good? Why are you successful, Bill? And Bill would always say, look at the soles of my shoes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Put the legwork in, right?
Exactly. Sydney, you can't be successful sitting here behind a desk and just, hoping that business will come to you and funders will come to you, right?
Yeah. There's a quote I always rely on that says, alas, I could have been a great writer, except the library chairs were too hard. So unless you're willing to, be a little uncomfortable, do a little work, success just doesn't follow you around, tapping you on the shoulder and going, come on, I'm here. Take me. You got to do for it. So talk about, now there are people out there right now who are just like, this guy, Joe Simmons, he's that, da. Talk about what your organization, CMET, does, how it works with entrepreneurs, aspiring business owners, and what are some of the programs or services that you guys deliver?
Very simply, Sydney, the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training, we focus on preparing entrepreneurs for success. That is our mission. So how do we do that? We have a few channels that entrepreneurs can go through. Number one, we have a 5-day virtual EBA. And each one of those days, we focus on the pillars of entrepreneurship. So day one is going to be business planning. Day two.
So folks who don't know, EBA.
Oh, I'm sorry. Entrepreneurial Business Accelerator. Okay. And for the aspiring entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs out there, it is from 8 to 4. And it's taking in a lot of information because in eight hours, we're going to go through capability statement, resume. We're going to go through mission statement, value, all that in regards to business planning. We keep it relatively fundamental, Sydney, with a 1-page business plan that we want them to have, the entrepreneurs to have completed. So that's done on day one. That Wednesday is understanding financials. So it's cash flow, balance sheet, income statement. But like you said earlier, it's also how do you price your product? How do you price your service? What is your margin? Can you afford this? Because I think it's for our target audience, which is women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, they have to understand profitability. Like you said earlier, it's not so much making money, but it's sustaining your business so that you can do the things you want to do in regards to your product and service. So that's the Wednesday. The Friday is branding. It says that there are 3 challenges for businesses: access to capital, business fundamentals, and then target audience. How many times have you been around a business and they said, you ask and Sydney says, you know what, Joe, I want to sell to everybody. And your head explodes. It's like, no. So we spend time in regards to target audience. That's a whole day. Then how do you market? What's your brand? What's your value proposition? That's Friday. Then Monday, it's about sales. One of the things that those 3 groups are challenged with is messaging, and then taking the frustration. You've got to go out and sell your product, whether it's online, whether it's commercially, business to business, consumer to consumer. And then day 5 is I want to make sure the entrepreneurs are connected with these 5 resources. So an accountant, an attorney, a banker, insurance agent, cybersecurity, and then last but not least, a business coach. And then we wind it up with a pitch contest. And the pitch contest is kind of like Shark Tank. I give them 90 seconds to kind of go through their business and pitch it to 3 judges. So that's one channel that you can do. And our next EBA starts on October 28th. Now, I also do, for the graduates of those for sustainability, I've got a growth accelerator program that runs for a year. And that's selected entrepreneurs that we put through that. And we're finishing up the first one in November. So you've got the growth accelerator program. And then we also do a business academy. So there's 2 organizations. I'm running an 8-week and a 10-week business academy through CMET with my subject matter experts. And that's the other thing. I've got 12 to 15 subject matter experts that come through, and they provide the content, the information, and the resources for the entrepreneurs. And then the last workshop that I have is entrepreneurship through acquisition. We're looking at what they call the silver tsunami, where there's $10 trillion of market value businesses that are out there that we can now go in and now take over. And what do you gain, Sydney? Cash flow, resources, scale, credibility. So those are the programs that are underneath CMET right now that we're doing.
And are your services free, low cost, at market cost, for those who are participating?
For the 5-day, I can't say it's free because I'm taking 40 hours of your time. So your time is money, but in actuality, there's no charge for that. There is a charge for the Growth Accelerator program. The business academies, that's run through municipalities. So depending on whether they want to charge for it or not charge, it's up to them. All I do is take my people, put them in, and then run through the 8-week or the 10-week, wherever they want. So that's kind of a business model that I put together for them. The workshops are all free. So I've got a workshop in two workshops in November, one in Tampa and one in Jacksonville for any of the entrepreneurs out there that are interested in buying a business.
And how many entrepreneurs or businesses do you work with at any one time? And give us an average of the number that you handle over the course of a year.
Wow. I can tell you this. We've done 21 cohorts since March of 21, and I've had 250 entrepreneurs come through my program. So probably we've touched 300. I would say roughly 300 entrepreneurs over 3 years. So 100 a year, roughly.
Congrats. And so for those who are out there, again, take a listen, because, there's opportunities for you to be able to get support depending on what you're struggling with, or, just, nervous about or unsure about. There's lots of places for you to get that, that kind of help and insight. So talk a little bit about the mindset shift that you had to go through working corporate to going out and being an entrepreneur. And then talk a little bit about the thinking that, if any, that changed for you going from a for-profit career to a not-for-profit business model. So talk about those two dynamics and what adjustments, if any, or you needed to make mentally in addressing that.
Wow, that's a very good question, Sydney. As I look back on it, probably the quickest pivot I had to do was come to grips that you worked. It sounds like you worked in a corporate environment, and I worked in a corporate environment. If we were promoting a drug, it'd be easier for me to call up marketing for Zellnorm and say, "Hey, look, I need an additional $250,000 to promote this product," and they can look at my numbers and say, "Okay, it's a worthwhile investment." To get $250,000 in a nonprofit world, oh my God, it is challenging to say the least. So that was the first thing that I had to come to grips with, is funding. The challenging of getting funding, whether it's grant, whether it's CRA funding, going out there and being able to, go through a grant proposal to make sure that there was a fit there, making sure that we had a proposal, a business plan, financial plan, capability statement, all that in there to make sure it matched up. So yeah, just that shift that there's this mentality, someone told me, that nonprofits in the funder's mind are always starving. They give them just enough to get by, And so that's probably the number. If for the audience that's thinking about starting a nonprofit, that's going to be your biggest challenge, is that, okay, I'm going to have limited funding, limited resources, but I've got to make a great cake with all this. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of manipulation. It's a lot of not getting discouraged, because you're going to have a lot of, you think you're going to have a grant, you think you're going to have this funding, and it doesn't come through. So you've got to be able to have secondary plans. You have to look at certain business models, like you said earlier, subscription-based model, for here at the Black Business Network. So you have to think through those things as a business person, number one, because you are actually running a business. Mm-hmm. You have to have scale. You have to have employees. So you have to start thinking almost like a for-profit business layer on top of a nonprofit. If that makes sense?
Yep. I tell my not-for-profit clients that, look, the only difference between being a profit and a not-for-profit business is you can't use the surplus at the end of the year as a not-for-profit. It has to stay with business.
Yep.
Other than that, everything that applies to a for-profit business applies to you. You want to have a surplus. You want to be, you need to manage the marketing communication. You need to understand your target market, blah, blah, all those things. So agree 100%. Talk about, and I'm going to combine these two questions because we're getting close to end of time, but talk about your future goals for the Center for Micro Entrepreneurial Training, and talk about the legacy you'd like it, to have or to leave, kind of when you turn it over.
Well, you sound like my board. We had that conversation last week. But I guess your first question was
future goals. Yeah,
future goals. You know what, Sydney, we're in this now space of AI and the potential of AI and how we can harness it for organizations. So I've looked at probably 2 different AI projects, but I've kind of narrowed it down to one. Because my target audience are women, I had a meeting with a developer, and she's put together this AI prompted leadership training app. Because if you think about, the audience now, everybody's moving to either a tablet or some kind of mobile device. So I'm looking at this for CMET in regards to if you're an entrepreneur like yourself and you say, you know what, I'm having a challenge with profitability. Boom, you'll go through a 15-minute training session on profitability. Then you'll provide feedback via AI. And then you'd also have a coach on the periphery that could come in to help you if needed. So that's a project that in 25, 26, I would like to get done for CMET. And obviously that would be a subscription-based model, because now I'm looking at a wider audience in regards to utilizing that. So that's kind of the future of CMET, I think. So now that would give me, not only the EBA, but also the GAP, the other programs, but now I've got a subscription-based model that I can now utilize within my ecosystem. So when I look at the legacy of CMET, there was a book that came out, I think about 3 months ago, and it talked about for every dollar a white family earns, we earn 15 cents. So I want to say that as I say goodbye to CMET, that somewhere over the next 5 to 6 years, we've gone from 15 cents to 20 cents to 25, and we're on a trajectory to get to that dollar. Because one of the things that as a community we've kind of gotten away from is that if you think about Rosa Parks had a bus protest back in 1954, I think 1955. It wasn't until 1967 that we really achieved, the Housing Act, the Voting Rights Act, right, all those. So it was 15 years. So that was, Dr. King had not only did he have a dream, but he also had a plan that is long term. And I think that's one of the things that I want to see with CMET is that, okay, this is where we're at now, but 5 years from now here. And then when I have a succession plan and hand it off to somebody else, that we're a solid organization, fully funded, but now we're moving the needle in regards to the community where we're no longer at 15 cents, my God, and we're at 25, but we're on a trajectory to get to $1.
And man, I have so many questions. That one just brings up that it's like, I want to connect with you outside to understand what you think the cause to that is. And I'd love to work with you on that. My audience is similar to yours. It's women-owned, minority-owned businesses, trying to help smaller businesses get to be big, rather than just keep working to, bigger businesses get bigger. But we're running out of time. So I'm going to ask this. For those who are listening out there, and who are entrepreneurs or wanting to be entrepreneurs, where do you see kind of the future of business, and what do you think existing entrepreneurs or future entrepreneurs need to be focused on to be successful in that world?
I would say as an aspiring entrepreneur, you have to look at it like back in the day, if you and your wife are looking to buy a house. Some people want to buy a house that's already built. They want to buy it, go in and fix it up, right? Another family, they want to buy new. They want to walk in and everything in the house is already done and it's their house. I think we as a community have to decide that whether we want to start a business or whether we want to buy a business. Because when I look at my career, Johnson & Johnson was 132 companies, all acquisition based. Novartis was 7 companies, all acquisition based. And to quote Reginald Lewis, why should we let white guys have all the fun? And that's what we're doing with, we're not really participating in acquisition, and we should be. Number two, if we're building a business, I think we really have to focus in on the fundamentals. We've got to stay true to the fundamentals. Know your target audience, know how to get to them, and know how to sell to them so they know, like, and trust you, and then build off that.
Sorry about that. I was, how would you say? I was asking the producers to give me more time because there's just so many more questions I want to ask, and I think that would be of value and benefit for folks. So I've been granted more time because everybody's having such a great time, listening to the information and input that you're having here. I just think people will benefit from it so greatly. So one, thanks for that input and info. But to that point, let's go back then to the point about the 15 cents to the dollar difference. What do you see as maybe the top 2 or 3 reasons? Because it's going to be multiple things that are impactful of that. What do you think are the 2 or 3 biggest contributing factors to that differentiation, that gap that you think need to be addressed, in the next decade to make that gap much, much smaller than what it is today?
Wow. Wow, you asked a good question, Sydney. I think that 15
make you go,
I think one of the things that we've got to look at is, and this is just I think if you go back to after World War II, there was the Marshall Plan that really built Europe, specifically Germany, back to where Germany is today, the same thing that it was Japan. I think we're in a situation, number one, and I've said this in meetings with politicians in Orlando and Orange County, is that we don't have the political will, number one, to do a Marshall Plan. So it's up to us to do it. And I think one of the things we have to start doing, Sydney, is having kids in high school understand what business is. Because right now they have no concept of what business is.
Right.
I would say even have an entrepreneurial, department within a high school. And then, right now we're in a situation where you and I can go into high schools and we can talk to them about business. And we've got to change the ceiling. The ceiling can no longer be, well, I'm going to be a rapper. I'm going to go into music and entertainment. We've got to move away from that. Our ceiling has to change. We have to look at things in a bigger global stage. I remember, I don't know if you're familiar with Bill Rhoden from the New York Times. And he said back when he started in the 50s, he competed with people like the New York Post, the Daily News, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal. That's who he competed with then. Today, he said you compete on a global stage. So we've got to understand that that's the stage that we're competing on. So when we look at businesses, we've got to look at businesses that are global. We got to look at businesses that are global, but we also have to look at businesses that are Main Street. There's still going to be a need for plumbers. There's still going to be needs for carpenters. So Main Street is still there. So we've got to look at things of entrepreneurship is business and making money so I can give back to my community. So now I can have a Home Depot in my community. I can have a gas station in my community. I can have a grocery store in my community. And just think about how that community would flourish.
Right.
So I think we've got to say, okay, this is our plan and this is how we're going to get there. But I think what are the numbers, Sydney? I think it's something like, if we started a business today, for it to be generational, we'd have to be in business almost 200 years.
2 points that you made. One, even in my work with founders and small business owners, one of the things I find, even especially with the trades, but almost every industry and segment, that people run their business like a side hustle.
Yeah.
Even when it's their business, they're running it like a side hustle. Doing it on let's use this Band-Aid versus versus, look, I'm building this to last. And so what are the structures? What are the systems? What are the processes I have to have in place to make that? So if I'm a plumber, what's the business of plumbing? I know plumbing. What's the business that I apply to plumbing, my plumbing business, so that I can be consequential and substantial and long lasting, and so that I can grow. And then I become the Roto-Rooter, the national plumbing company, or if I'm going to open a hardware store, I'm going to do this to be long lasting, and I become the Home Depot because now I acquire all these other places and blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's a great opportunity that I see in my work with folks of, just getting them to see this is what's possible if you put these structures in place. Otherwise, you're dooming yourself to being this, kind of this afterthought.
You bring up a good point. Like I said, I run a entrepreneurship through acquisition workshop. And I was talking to an associate who is in the business brokerage business. And he gave me this example of exactly what you just said, Sydney, that an entrepreneur bought a lawn care company, go out to cut grass. But because he had an operational background like you, he bought another landscaping company. He bought 10 landscaping companies because he knew that by operating at a scale, he could become more profitable.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm saying. We think in terms of, and that's right down Main Street. I mean, how many times have you seen, that you can do this? And also the opportunities of Main Street is this. He also called me and said, Joe, I've got an $8 million tow truck business that's for sale. And I put it out in my network. Only one person called me up and said, hey, Joe, I'd be interested in doing that. $8 million. Think about it, Sydney. So if his margins are 30%, he's generating probably around $300,000 to $400,000 in GP dollars, right?
Right.
You know what his salary is.
One of the things, so to that point, and because of, my career, I was, very diverse in the industries that I managed in. And so from International Paper Company to PepsiCo, to Citigroup, to JP Morgan Chase, so, for the Eastman Kodak, so all different industries, all different segments, global, I don't get, put off, frightened by, oh, this is a different industry. But you hear so many people, it's like, oh, I don't know anything about that. Again, if you know the business of business, that's a technical piece. You can learn the technical piece in a matter of months, but you'll have the business of business that you can then say, well, this is what that needs. We need to do this and And so they often get thrown off by and scared off by, well, I don't know anything about that. To your point, it's like you're missing an opportunity. That's a highly a business with not only high need, but high margins because of the kind of service that you're providing. That people don't have options usually when they're needing that service, et cetera, and that you can build it and you can use it as a cash cow for other business opportunities. But
I mean, that's exactly what the lawn service people did. The cash that was generated off that first purchase financed the second, third, and fourth.
Right.
But again, like you said, it's understanding business fundamentals. So it's understanding when you walk into a bank, you've got to have a business plan. You've got to have a financial plan. You've got to understand the dynamics of money when it comes to finance. Where's my cash flow? How does my balance sheet look? And if you don't know, then you need to have that circle around you. That's the other thing that we've got to come to grips with is that I've got 4 people that I call up and say, hey, I don't understand this about a nonprofit. Joe, this is what you need to think about. Joe, you're off base here. You need to get focused here. This thing of I can do it alone doesn't work.
Right.
So I can call you up and say, hey, Sydney, I've got an issue with cash flow. I've got an issue with operations. Help me out. And you'll say, boom. And that's how you keep a business successful is that you have those 3 or 4 people around you that you can call up and say, hey, give me a sanity check. I need this.
Here's the question for you. What's your ask? There are lots of folks out there listening right now, loving what you're talking about, learning tons. Do you have an ask for the audience? That's going to help.
Of course, I have an ask.
What's that?
Write a check.
Is that-
Can
so
I
here's your opportunity. Here's your platform. What's your
No, I mean, seriously though, nonprofits like Mr. Mitchell's that was ahead of me, and a nonprofit like the Center for Micro Entrepreneurial Training, the things that we can accomplish needs funding. So if you can't, fund us, then put me in the room of people who can. That's all I ask. I'll do the rest.
Yep. Well, and to the point you just made, and connecting Mr. Mitchell, Percy Mitchell's, conversation and what he's trying to do, what you're trying to do, and then others, in that space, from a not-for-profit or even from a for-profit. If we start, supporting those organizations, that 15 cents, that's a huge piece, taking that 15 cents to the dollar.
Yeah.
Or taking, I saw your short video commercial, et cetera, where you talked about, I think it was the earning. It was
$1 stays in the Black community.
That's time. That's what it was. Yeah. The turnover rate of money in our community. So the 30 minutes, to the 8 hours, those things happen because they are thriving businesses. Those thriving businesses happen because they're getting the support to learn how to take their side hustle to be a business, or to stop running their business as a side hustle.
Yeah.
And organizations like yours are key and instrumental to that. And the difference between what you're doing and a SCORE, nothing against SCORE, but your commitment to the community is different than theirs will be generally. That's a huge piece.
And the other thing, Sydney, I think also, if you look at SCORE, everything is off the shelf. Start a business, you go to a workshop. Understand financials, you pull that off the shelf, you set for that. In 5 days, I can give you the fundamentals. You'll have a solid foundation. 12 to 15 subject matter experts will give you a solid foundation. You're going to have a business plan. You're going to have an understanding of pricing, your numbers, your target audience, and then also how to begin the communication of access to capital.
Mm-hmm.
You can now build on that because you've got the foundation down. And now it's just a matter of execution. So I can give you that in 5 days,
right,
but you've got to commit to 8 hours. I can't, I can't do, that's my program. I can't make it any other way.
Right. And I think it's important for people to understand in 40 hours, 5 days at 8 hours, 40 hours, you're going to go through the fundamentals, which really, it opens their eyes.
Yep.
Of what they need to know and be doing, et cetera, gives them a framework for doing it. But there's still a ton more work that they're going to have to do to make that, to put that into place, to implement it, to make it a success, et cetera. But it also opens their eyes to the places and the resources that they have for being able to get there. And so again, I think that's why what you're doing is so valuable.
And
so,
Sydney, also, you're in a community of 20 odd entrepreneurs. And you know as well as I do, the language we speak as entrepreneurs, our spouses might not understand it, our friends might not understand it, our associates might not understand it. But because you're in that community, now you have someone that you can call up. I can call you up and say, man, I had a bad day. Well, okay, get you pumped up out there again, because you understand that journey.
Right.
You appreciate it, and you've been together for 40 hours. So, you have your language, you have all that. So that's also the beauty of CMET.
Yeah. You're building your network and your community and your support system.
Exactly.
Through that. So talk about, we're running out of time. Talk a little bit about how people can reach out to you, to be involved in your program, to give you, some resources, or to, put you in contact with resources. So what's the best way for them to get in contact with you?
Number one, my website is tcmet.org. So that's T Tom, C Charlie, M Mary, E Edward, ttom.org. So there, if anyone's interested in coming to our October 28th EBA, Entrepreneur Business Accelerator, that's one way. I can give you my email address. No spam allowed, but it's my first initial J, my last name Simmons @tcmet.org.
Good. All right. And remember, folks, if you got some funding that you can, provide, if you've got access to funding that you can provide, if you have other resources that would be of use, time, physical things, etc. I'm sure he would love it and put it to use. Or if you're someone out there, wanting to start a business and want to use or take advantage of the courses and training, I think that's all there. And I would love to connect with you outside too, for some ways that I can help and support and be involved in what you're trying to do. So
okay, look forward to connecting with you, Sydney.
Yep, and look forward to having you back again so we can go into even more depth of some of the things that you're doing, hear some more success stories, and maybe even the next time bring on one of your successful cohorts and go from there. So,
love to.
All right, so with that, I'll say genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Thanks.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? and leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. J. Ruhal. I'm your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we're blessed and honored to have a great lady named Carol Bookman, a dedicated life insurance, health, and wellness advocate from Kitashi, Louisiana. I hope I said that right. As a proud mother and grandmother, she was inspired to help families secure their futures after witnessing the financial burdens of end-of-life planning. Now she's on a mission to provide peace of mind through financial security
and healthier living. I present to you Caroline Bookman.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hall. How are you?
Excellent, excellent. And you?
I'm wonderful here in Houston, Texas.
Okay. So did I pronounce Kichichi right? Kichichi.
No,
how do you say it?
No, it's Keachai.
Keachai. Okay.
Keachai, Louisiana. Yes.
Keachai, Louisiana.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
but,
sir.
But you're in Houston now.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. So we're gonna get started. We got a few questions here for our fireside chat. And
okay.
Well, first, tell us a little bit about yourself, a little bio.
My name is Caroline Bookman. I'm originally from Keachai, Louisiana, and I am here in Houston now. So I am like you said, I'm a mother of two, a grandmother of 5 young men, and my recent grandbaby is a granddaughter, which is the first one. And I have a business for individuals with mental and physical disabilities since 2009. And so I'm licensed and in different states, and I'm just here to help the people to do better and learn about their health and wellness and life insurance for their family legacies.
Awesome. Awesome sauce. So what inspired you to start your business in health and wellness?
What inspired me to start in health and wellness is because as a young, growing up in Keachai, which is the country, we had gardens, we had everything, our grandparents, planted, but coming to the city and growing up and looking and seeing all the, young kids and older adults just overweight, not so much as overweight, but what I was telling someone the other day is the diseases that used to be for the geriatrics are now being the diseases for young people as early as birth. So my passion for children and everyone is to live a quality of life. And whether that be whether you can get out and walk or can't get out and walk, or if you can do something to better yourself, then let's do that. So that's why I got into the health and wellness.
And how did your personal experiences influence your decision to focus on that? I mean, you mentioned a little bit, but some of your personal experiences.
Some of my personal experiences, myself being a overweight young person, and it followed me over to my adult life. So me getting to into my health and wellness, my parents, both of them were diagnosed with cancer at some time, and so I got into health and wellness. So I've been in all sectors pretty much, hospital, the heart department. I've been in hospice. I've been in home health, and now I do the business for the individuals with the mental and physical disabilities. So it's about the all-around person that I'm looking to help and assist to live a better life.
Excellent, excellent. And as you know, we all want to live a better life.
Yes, sir.
So what would you say was a turning point that made you take the leap into entrepreneurship?
For me to take the leap into entrepreneurship is I was working for someone, and I was working for someone, and one day that person came to me and she said, well, you can give me 100%, 110%, or you can go do your own thing. And I said, okay. So, I let that simmer for a little while, actually a weekend. And by the end of that weekend, I gave her my resignation. And I told her, I can do the 110% for myself. So the dividing factor for me is that if I can do it at 110% for someone else, then sure enough, I can do it for myself. So it's all about who you are first, and what you want to become, and who you want to become. And it's not so much as, I just want to own a business, because owning a business and being an entrepreneur, you have to know that you're the first person there. You're the last person to leave. And until you get people that you can trust to help you, to do the same thing, loyal people. But it's just not something that, you just wake up and say, well, I want to go in business today. Some people do, some people don't. But you have to have a passion for it. If you don't have a passion for it, money is not always going to be your paycheck. You have to have a passion and be compassionate about it. Because at the end of the day, the business that I have and the health and wellness, it's about people. And when you have you're accountable to people, you want to make sure that, you are accountable to them for a service, and letting them know that it's not just about the service, it's about them. Because people don't know, they won't know a whole lot about you. They won't remember a whole lot about you, but if they know how much you care, they'll remember you and refer you to other people. So it's all about caring and showing people that you care.
Excellent. Yes. And as we know, one of the best forms of marketing is referrals.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how do you define success in your business?
Defining success in my business is knowing that I went that extra mile for someone, not just because of who they were or their age or, let's see, what class or some, but I get all my rewards from knowing that I have done my very best for people. And knowing that, I've gone that extra mile, I provided them with a service that they needed, and just making sure the all-around person is taken care of.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, so what lessons have you learned from starting and growing your own business?
The lessons that I've learned in starting and growing my own business is that you have to know your why you want to start a business. And when you know your why, then you'll work hard at it. And your why doesn't always come with a paycheck, as I said, but your why will come as favor. Because when you're supplying the needs of those that can or cannot help themselves, then that's a service of favor. And when people, especially in the insurance business, people don't know what they don't know. If people don't know about how much it costs, how much it can help their family, their legacy, they just don't know. Some people just don't know, because in the generation, my grandparents, the insurance guy used to come around with a little pocket thing, and he would, write that, well, you paid this month, or however. But now you can get insurance almost like you're picking cars. You're going to buy a new car. And then the other thing is that people will sometimes not think about, what about my health? We can do some of the things that are contradictory to our health. We can do that. if the doctor say, you know, don't eat candy, well, we'll go out and buy a whole bag of candy. But will we spend that time and money on something healthier, a healthier version for us?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So what would you say are your challenges? What challenges have you faced as an entrepreneur, and how did you overcome them?
The challenges, educating people that doesn't have an understanding of what, services that are available for them, and them understanding that everyone is not just wanting to help them to be a number. When you let people know how much you care, I mean, they'll go to the end of the world with you. But if you're just doing things as a number, then people will, you know, they can sense that. You know, some people can sense that you just want them in your organization to be a number. And so I let everyone, whether it's insurance, health, and wellness, it's about you and your family. It's not always about me, because my reward is going to come on the back end. But me helping you on the front end to secure and make sure that you and your family are healthy, wealthy, and wise, that's my rewards from it.
Excellent, excellent. So business-wise, how do you handle financial stability while running your own business? Because we know that can be challenging.
It's very challenging. It's very challenging. So how do you handle that? Well, for me, multiple streams of income. So I don't know if you've ever heard of don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So, you know, multiple streams of income, it's to, you know, you have multiple streams, and one stream should be connected to the other. So say, for instance, if I'm doing health and wellness and life insurance, and I tell people, well, you know what, I'm a mechanic. How many people you think gonna trust me to do that work on their cars? Probably not many.
Right.
Not many at all. So, you know, there's the financial strings can come, but when you have multiple streams of income, that, you know, that kind of cushions your income from, you know, from business to business.
And also, you made a very good point that, you know, you don't want to be a chief, a cook, or Indian, or all these different things, but the multiple streams should be along those same lines.
That's
as your main thing. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Yeah. What strategies have you used to build credibility and trust with your clients?
The strategies that I've used is with the community, because your community can make you or break you. You know, you can do, you know, go that extra mile. You can make sure what your services that you're providing to your community is one that you know that they're going to be pleased with. And what can break you is half doing it. You know, in this life, some people just want to do half. I can't say what I want to say, but, you know, they just want to do things halfway.
Right.
And when you do that, you run the risk of leaving loopholes and people, you know, getting on the phone and telling other people about bad services. So you always want to, you know, make sure your services are what you know that they should be.
Okay. Now, how do you stay motivated? Because as you know, as an entrepreneur, you know, everything doesn't go perfect from time to time. So how do you stay motivated during difficult times in business?
Staying motivated, lots of meditation,
Okay.
breakaways, which going back to the country, or just taking time to just sit outside and be with yourself. A lot of times people don't want to be with themselves. They feel like, well, I need to be with someone, or I need this, or I need that. But your quiet time is what, that fashions us and molds us, and so that we can hear. If we can't hear with the noise and everything that's going on around us, we'll constantly be distracted. So we have to pull ourselves away and make sure we have the meditation and quiet time.
Meditation and quiet time. Yep, that's very, very
Yes,
powerful.
sir. Mm-hmm.
So what advice would you give to someone facing similar challenges in the health and wellness industry?
As I said before, in the health and wellness, and the advice I give to them, you have to have a passion, and you have to be compassionate about it. You have to know that this is your why. You have to know that this is your passion, and this is what your calling is. If it's not your calling, it will keep you up. It just won't come out right. It just will not come out right. So my advice to people is work with someone that you're desiring to whatever business you're desiring. Go shadow someone. Like in the foster system here, they have you shadow people. Because some people think, well, it's about the money. If you go and shadow somebody and know exactly what you're getting yourself into, then it wouldn't be so many oops and if that business doesn't work.
Okay. Awesome. So our next question is, what strategies have contributed most to your success in health and wellness?
Strategies, it's just being among people. The going out in the community, meeting people, talking to people, sending them samples if I need to, and see what works for people. Everybody is not doesn't have everybody's DNA. None of us have the same DNA, so everybody can't. If it worked for one, it may not work for the other. And so, you just have to be more detailed, sound, and listen to that person, or get to know that person. Once you get to know a person, then you can work from there.
Okay. Awesome. So how do you educate people on preventive health measures and proactive wellness?
How do I educate them? I educate myself first, because for one, I can't tell you something that I don't know. Okay. And I educate myself, and then I can educate others. And when I can't educate others on something, then I reach out to others that can help me educate them. And so the worst thing in the world is to give people bad advice. Giving people bad advice is like, you tell them to go down a one-way street and something happened. So you always want to be, on a together path with the people that you're serving.
Okay. So how do you educate people on preventive health measures and proactive wellness? I think I just asked you that, didn't I?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I'm starting to.
You educate. No, you're fine. You know, You're fine. With the products that I have with health and wellness, they all come with the certification from the company, so that I won't be saying, well, if you take this, this will happen. If you do this, that will happen. Like I said, you don't ever want to lead anybody down a bad road when it's in health and wellness. Anything that you do, you have to be credible for it. And you want to make sure that what you're saying, what you're doing, what you're recommending to people, that you have the accreditation behind it, knowing that you can be a credible person when you present it to them.
Okay. So the next question is, can you share how innovation plays a role in your business?
Innovation in my business plays a great role in my business because of people. And people. So if I didn't have people, people to inspire, innovate me, then I wouldn't need to have a business.
Okay. Awesome. So how do you tailor your wellness plans to meet the specific needs of individuals?
Because of the, how do I tell?
Tailor.
Oh, okay. By one, listening to their needs, listening to the person, being educated with the company. Our company has webinars and seminars, and so I attend those. And the way I tailor it is when I listen to the people and what their ailments are, or whatever their needs are. Because you can't tell someone, I think you need to lose 20 pounds, and this person is already at their desired weight. So the products that we have, they work with the one product, it goes hand in hand with the other. So that's how we tailor. And I don't experiment on people. I go by what I'm taught.
Okay.
And that's how I tailor their plans.
Excellent. So what are some unique ways you've engaged with your clients to help them achieve their health and financial goals?
Some of my unique ways is to reach their financial goals. I always give them my story. I give them my story. My story is I'm from a country town. So, people sometimes will say, and all of us at some point, we have that story of, our grandparents, our forefathers, and, my parents. So you give them your story and you let them know that you be true to yourself. You got to be true to yourself. You can't be true to everybody else, but you have to be true to yourself.
Okay. So how do you manage work-life balance as an entrepreneur, mother, and grandmother?
The reason, that's one of the, let's see, it's planning.
Okay.
If it's, work, mother, and grandmother. So it's planning. And at work, I get up at 5. And I start my day, for the business. For mother, I have to tell my daughter, if you want me to pick up the kids or do whatever, you have to let me know. Now, there are times when, things are just not planned and unplanned, planned, but at the end of the day, it works out. So you may, juggle it, but if you plan it, then you can do it.
Excellent.
Because if not, you would be all over the place.
Yeah.
And you can't be distracted from your plans. A lot of times, people will see you as an entrepreneur and they'll say, well, she doesn't work. She worked for herself, and they'll want you to do something. And it may start out at 30 minutes and it ends up to be 2 hours. And that's 2 hours of your day that you didn't have planned. So to stay on target, stay on your plan, and don't let other people plan your time.
Okay. Yeah, that's some very good advice, because there's a lot of distractions. You got to stay focused.
Yes.
So what self-care practices do you do personally to incorporate into your routine to avoid burnout? Well, you mentioned before meditation, but what are some of the others?
Meditation. I like to get up early so that I can hear the birds outside.
Very good.
Actually, at 5:30 every morning, the birds start singing and chirping. And then when I'm just, after the birds leave, because the birds typically leave between it's between 5:30, but by 7, they're gone. And sometimes I just, take my shoes off and go walk on the grass outside and just reconnect myself. I found that to be very soothing, to just walk in the grass. And if I, it depends on the time or whatever, I love going to the water.
Okay.
And just stand and watch the waves. And an older lady told me, she said, you want to wash away your troubles, just go to the water. And I'll just, go to a body of water and just stand there and look, because it's so soothing. And, you can get those meditation CDs, or you can go to YouTube and they have any sound you want, bird and water. They have water. They have whatever. And you just sit and listen. And, alkaline water and drinking you some tea and just meditate and write, journal. A lot of times we can't tell people everything. So just get some tea, sit outside and journal.
Excellent.
And then, and one day, you'll turn that journal back and it'll go right to the exact page that you needed for, maybe some time before or after.
Okay. Like you said, just taking your shoes off and walking in the grass, that's actually a technique. It's called earthing. Okay. And then there's meditation. Then there is journaling. And you were saying also to take the time to be by a body of water.
Yes.
Yes. Very good techniques. In fact, I'm in the personal development area, and all those are very good techniques. Yeah. So it's good to pass those on to our audience. Okay. So there it is. My questions disappeared for a minute there. How do you prioritize tasks and responsibilities in both business and personal life?
So I prioritize my tasks. I write them down. I keep a keep a journal close, and I work my business and personal tasks together so that I can make sure I have at least 99% of it done every day.
So we get a little thing from the host. We're running over time. So,
okay.
But you know, it's better to go over when you're giving out these gems of knowledge.
Yes,
than to go under. So
okay,
tell our audience how they can get in touch with you. You know, if they want to follow up with some of this information. And like you say, you're in a number of states. It's not just Texas.
Right.
Yeah.
So that they can personally call me at 281-744-2029. And for the health and wellness is C Bookman, BOOKMAN .euphoric. That's UFOREK.com. Or you can email me at Bookman, BOOKMANC64 @gmail.com.
So the last one was, your email was Bookman.
BOOKMAN64 @gmail.com.
Okay. 64c@gmail.com. All right. And a final sentence or two on some advice to people.
My advice to everyone is know your why, be compassionate about it, make sure that you're doing a service, and just take care of yourself. Take care of yourself, take care of your families, and with the health and wellness and life insurance, we take care of others.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you so much for coming and blessing us today. And as the saying goes, with the Black Business Network, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college.
We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
So I guess we're done. Are we done?